Good evening, folks. Welcome to the Policy Development Committee meeting from Tuesday, May 5th, 2026. Attendance has been taken by the clerk, noting that the mayor is on Zoom tonight. Approval of the agenda. Any additions? Councilor Miller?
Yeah, one item under other business,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Anything else? Moved by Councilor Oakley, seconder. Councilor Pierce. All those in favor? Carried. Anybody got a pecuniary to declare at the appropriate time? No delegations, petitions, or presentations tonight. Adoption of the minutes from February 3rd, 2026. Somebody want to do that? Moved by Councilor Bell, seconded by Councilor Howes. All those in favor? Business arising from the minutes. Seeing none, consent items to be approved. 7-1. Andrea, you're on deck. Somebody want to move it to get it on the floor? Councilor Miller, Councilor Calpine. Questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? Number 7.12, film policy review and filming policy survey results. Zach Gable, there is a recommendation. Moved by Councilor Oakley, second by Councilor Howes. Questions for Zach? Seeing none, all those in favor? 7.2, consent items to be received. Major dashboard project. There is a recommendation. I need a mover. Councilor Pierce, Councilor Bell. Any questions for Haley? Seeing none, all those in favor? Staff reports, 8.1, government relations advocacy strategy priorities. Adam, you're on deck. Questions for Adam? And I need a mover. Councilor Kyle, second by Councilor Howes. Question for Adam. Councilor Bell.
Didn't want to break the duck, Brian, but...
That's all right. I'm on a time limit tonight. People are pushing me, so.
Now, a question for Adam, through you. Adam, I think we'd all kind of concluded that delegations at AMO and Roma conferences have relatively limited success. I thought I would read more in this report about alternatives. Could you say a little bit more about that?
Certainly, through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Bell. Well, there's two prongs, I think. I think what we're trying to accomplish is a little bit more of the follow-up from the conference delegations. I think there is some value in conference delegations to be able to meet ministers or parliamentary assistants and, higher level ministry staff, make those connections, but do the follow-up that I think was kind of lacking in the past. And then I think there's opportunities too for more targeted advocacy. Queen's Park Days, for example, the government relations specialist was at the WOWC event yesterday, and she's at the EDCO event today. So there's opportunities for her to present some of the issues that the county is facing with some face-to-face time. So I think there's opportunities for that for council as well to be involved in more, issue-specific or ministry-specific advocacy outside of the conferences, because the conferences can be a little chaotic. They're a very short amount of time, but they can be somewhat of the only opportunity to get in front of our political representatives at the province to make our case as to how they can help, and we can help them with some of the issues that we sort of collectively face.
I appreciate that, and I'm glad we're doing that. I just wondered whether there was an opportunity, given that we're surrounded by 9 municipalities and there's one in the middle, is there any opportunity of us working with them to bring representatives from Queen's Park to us, if we can build a sufficient agenda for whichever minister or parliamentary assistant it would be?
Yeah, certainly through you, Mr. Chair. I think there's opportunities to explore that maybe in off times from the legislature, but I know it probably is difficult to get a collective of provincial representatives or provincial ministers or PAs down to the region. I know, for example, through the Western Ontario Wardens Caucus, they definitely have done, they've strengthened their efforts for sort of regional advocacy in, the municipal structures that are very similar to ours. It does range from Simcoe County, Grey County, and they tend to be upper tier, lower tier, and, reflecting on what the county is. It's a very unique municipal structure. It's, small urban and rural. It's a single tier municipality. So we do have unique challenges that we face that other municipalities don't, but I think there's an opportunity for us to get more involved in those, advocacy groups to understand the collective issues that we're facing and work to create more of a collective, cohesive message that, rural Ontario or small urban Ontario is facing.
Councillor Oakley?
Through you, Mr. Chair, if I could request that we separate out the priorities issues list when it comes to voting on this.
Okay. Councillor Kyle?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Through you to Adam. So this is a pretty solid list of priorities that we've got here, many that we've talked about in the past, obviously. So I'm just wondering, now that we have our government relations person in place, along with yourself, how are we prioritizing which issues come to the top of the advocacy list? Because obviously at certain times, some things might take priority over others. And I'm just wondering what our criteria is for how we determine what priority each thing is at any given time.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So we're trying to evaluate, I think, we've been working on a little bit more of an enhancement to this. This, I would say, is kind of the introduction, the basic strategy, just to get a feel for council's desire, which way they want to go in terms of how we build this out. But I think we will be looking at, in the future, looking at sort of, key performance indicators about how we're approaching these things, how successful they are, an issue that, is significant that might just need a little nudge over the finish line, might get a little more priority than something that's a little more long-term. And I think we can kind of categorize them into more urgent need, more, chance of success, for example. Some might be a little bit of a stretch goal. I hate to bring up the example of Bishopsgate and 403, but that's been 15 years and we've made delegation after delegation. And it's one of those issues when I looked at that to think, I've written briefs before and said, well, what's the justification? And I think we can do a better job in our long-term studies and our long-term plans, like the Transportation Master Plan, for example, to make that sort of adjunct to those plans and studies so that we know we have the data to support the requests we're making. And some ministries can be more difficult to deal with than others. So we have to, understand that we're in the right position, bringing the right information to the table. And so that probably will factor into what we're prioritizing. And I think with some staff resourcing, we have a better understanding of where we're at with issues rather than it just being, well, this is an issue, therefore we should approach it. I think we could be a little more strategic and thoughtful and have a little bit more backing behind it when we bring forward these, sort of issues.
Councillor Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through to Adam. And I mentioned this before, Social Services is going to have a delegation in Roma, or they're applying for one. I don't know if we want to be involved with that. I would hope we will. And then my question is, these are obviously very county focused, as they should be, but I wonder if there's a role for us to play in some of the broader issues. And I look at one of the things AMO's been advocating for, Roma's been advocating is infrastructure funding, stable, consistent infrastructure funding. We know, of course I don't know right now, but the numbers, the municipalities have X number of dollars worth of infrastructure, way more than the feds in the province. but we, the amount of taxes we get is small. So there's that aspect, but there's other things, like I say, that AMO, Roma, maybe OSUM are advocating for. Do you see a role for us to help, you know, pushing some of those things? That would benefit us, obviously, if they're approved or got through or whatever.
Yeah, through Mr. Chair, just as you were speaking about this, I think there's probably a role to split the priority issues list into county-specific and the broader issues, you know, and I try to speak to that in the report about, you know, dealing with WOWC, dealing with SCORE, AMO, Roma, and even, for example, the Grand Erie Public Health delegation that was requested last week, that's on the list. So, you know, I think there's a role for us to play in advocating for the broader issues, solid infrastructure funding, balanced against, you know, for example, we have the Paris Water Pollution Control Plant. That's our issue. We're almost, you know, we can push that broader issue ahead, but we still have to fight for a county-specific issue in order to make sure that we get the funding that benefits county residents as well, understanding that it's part of a more systemic problem.
Just, I mean, I don't think there's almost no end to the things we could push for, but I think if we're piling on what other people are advocating, I think it always helps. So, okay, thank you.
Any more questions before I go back to Lucas? Lucas?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to, when we vote on this, for the third clause and at the priorities list as outlined, I wanted to break that out so we can vote on the separate priorities independently, if possible.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, can I just clarify, so the clause that reads, "and that the priority issues list as outlined," you want that broken down by issue?
Yes, please, and voted on separately.
Okay, 1 second.
Everybody clear on that? Call the question on the first one, right? Go ahead. You call.
Can I just clarify one other thing? Do you want the other clauses voted on separately as well, or just the issues list?
Just the issues list, please.
Everybody clear? Call the question. All those in favor? Okay. And the second? And your other?
Through you, Mr. Yeah, just looking to vote on rural natural gas expansion, Brant Sports Complex, et cetera, those clauses independently.
Okay. Okay, call the question. Go ahead.
So, thanks, Mr. Chair, through. So I'm just trying to understand the separation here, because what I'm reading is that it's just staff be directed to update and present the priority list for council's review. So I'm not sure, so are you saying that you want them removed because you don't even want them on the list to review?
Through the chair, what I'm looking for here is because it's phrased as the priorities list as outlined in the report be approved as direction. I am comfortable in supporting most of these initiatives. I'm not comfortable in supporting specifically here the rural natural gas expansion. So I wish it separated so I can support the vast majority of the issues without supporting them all, because otherwise I cannot support the report as written.
Are you clear? Well, as clear as I am too. Councilor Haley.
Through you, I'd like to ask, I've read about the rural economic development support and shift towards global markets, but then I see you're talking more in status about tourism. So I just wondered what else that involved before we vote on that.
Through you, Mr. Chair. I think just in terms of getting broader direction on the sort of shifting global economic patterns we've seen over the past year and a half, and making sure that we maintain economic development and a focus on rural economic development, as I sort of elaborated on. We're in a somewhat unique position being a mix of rural and urban, but we also have significant industrial capacity here. So just making sure that that's still on the top of mind for council, and that we can provide that, direction for advocacy.
Okay, thank you. And just a follow-up, is there any way, I know I'm a newbie, but if I could just learn a bit more about that. And one other question I had was with the next one, the gender-based and intimate partner violence prevention.
I'm gonna have to rule you out of order.
Okay.
Because there's already a motion on the floor right now. And the questions were to be asked earlier when it was before it started on the vote. So the clerk's gonna read it.
Through the chair, going back to the list of issues that we're going to vote on separately, we'll start off with the rural natural gas expansion. All those in favor? Okay, those opposed? Okay. The next one is the Brant Sports Complex expansion funding. All those in favor? Opposed? Thank you. Paris flood mitigation strategy funding. All those in favor? Opposed? Thank you. Bishopsgate Road Highway 403 interchange. All those in favor? Opposed? The new Paris water pollution control plant. All those in favor? Opposed? The rural economic development support and shift towards global markets. All those in favor? Opposed? Gender-based and intimate partner violence prevention. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, and the final one is the Grand Erie Public Health Unit Cooperation. All those in favor? Opposed? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on, 8.2, Community Forest Strategy. Trent Myers, there's a recommendation. Moved by Councillor Howes, second by Councillor Oakley. Trent, you're on deck.
That better? Okay. All right, good evening. Thank you, everyone, for having the opportunity to present the community forest strategy. The presentation is just going to give you an overview of the community strategy report. But maybe to start off, it's a little bit of a meta strategy. There's strategies, there's frameworks, there's actions, there's recommendations that are presented in there. And the idea is to kind of set the stage for the types of things that can be done to understand what the community forest is within the County of Brant, and the different types of actions that can be prioritized to result in kind of a long-term positive outcome for this phenomenal green infrastructure that you have. So I'm Steve Hill with Dugan Ecology, worked on this project with Astrid Nielsen, with Dendron Forestry, and another consultant, Sophie Nodolowski, who is also an arborist and helped with the public engagement. So the first part of the strategy really focuses on a bit of education in terms of what the community forest is, and trying to put it into the context of it being a much more holistic way of thinking about forests and woodlands and trees within the county. So not just your woodlots and the forests that exist, but also thinking about where trees are within urban areas and how all all of these trees and these forests contribute to a much more holistic kind of infrastructure, green infrastructure component to the community, and the ecosystem services that they provide to the constituents of the community as well. So it really kind of gets at recognizing kind of what do we know about the community forest within the county. So what kind of mapping do we have that establishes where the forest is, but also where the forest and where the trees aren't. And so kind of sets the stage with things that we definitely need to be focused on in terms of investing in to fill some of those gaps. The second part kind of leads into the community engagement that was undertaken and some really compelling feedback that we got from the community. We've got a really engaged constituency of those who provided feedback. A lot of interest in supporting the early kind of presentation of what the strategy was providing. So, close to 90%. A lot of folks who would be interested in supporting and being engaged in different types of activities that would be tied to the stewardship. So having a lot of support in terms of folks who would be getting out to help do things like plant trees, do cleanup, invasive species control, things like that. But also that there's some concern maybe that there's a lack in terms of the forest cover and the tree cover within the county. And so maybe about half of the respondents suggested that maybe the county doesn't do enough, but I would maybe echo that in terms, maybe they don't get to see what's happening behind the scenes in terms of what the county is doing, what the communities are doing and thinking about these things. So maybe just a little bit of education as well. But the feedback that we heard is definitely around protecting existing natural areas, planting more urban street trees, looking at policy frameworks to have better implementation and enforcement of tree protection, and better ways of looking at improved public education and outreach. And a really critical part of this as well was the engagement that was undertaken with First Nations, so reaching out to Six Nations of the Grand and Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, and recognizing that there's Indigenous and treaty rights that underpin a lot of activity that would happen around natural resources, or whenever you go into an area and you want to do anything that's going to result in a dig or something like that, you're going to have to engage to understand archaeological sensitivities and so forth. So establishing their treaty rights was an important part of the strategy, and recognizing that there's ongoing engagement that will have to happen through the implementation of a number of the different recommendations. So the core of the strategy really focuses on a breakdown of various recommendations with multiple actions that are grounded in 5 core goals. And so the first are those that are around kind of establishing the resources and understanding the extent and the context of the community forest. So making those investments to give us that context, so the data, the frameworks, and thinking about that. The second is preserving trees and public-private lands, so the goal around strengthening the protection and policy and enforcement. So this would be more on the policy and the kind of planning side, but also looking at incentives that can engage maybe private landowners to think about what they have on their property and how that's contributing to this green infrastructure, this important resource that you have across the county. The third is more about the implementation of strategies to maintain the health and the safety of that community forest strategy. So I'll chat about that one in a little bit more detail after this. So this idea that there's some importance in shifting from a more reactive approach to managing the community forest and the trees that are within there to a more preventative approach. The fourth is strengthening partnerships and collaboration. So kind of whether that's looking for new funding mechanisms, looking for new relationships throughout the community that are willing to support the implementation of getting more trees in the ground, or monitoring the health of the trees and providing feedback and distributing that information that can come back to the county to help manage this resource. And then the fifth is focusing on the kind of recreational and other initiatives. So recognizing that the community forest across the county really does, the people that experience the community forest really interweave that with recreational activities such as walking and hiking, going out and bird watching and things like that, among other things. But then also looking at and thinking about kind of citizen science and ways to engage folks to contribute information and kind of get themselves out and understand and kind of immerse themselves in the community forest. I pulled this slide out because it's a pretty important one. It hits that third goal around the maintenance strategy, and in part because it's probably one of the highest priority, but also has the most in terms of initial investment in thinking about what you can do now to offset costs that will incur down the road. And so it's always I always find this figure a bit of a mind bend to understand, but the main idea that we want to get out of this is that if you invest early, you will receive kind of ecological and ecosystem dividends down the road, because you create a healthier system, you create healthier trees that are not going to need to be kind of dealt with in an emergency situation or have to go out and do pruning on very mature trees and things like that. So some simple recommendations that can happen now that pay those dividends are things like having planting plans that make sure you get the right plants in the right place, and also structural pruning approaches that Trent's team is well aware of and working with now. So the next, coming back to kind of the strategy, the way that it's broken down, and this is just cherry-picked examples of different types of recommendations that are included, but that's built on the recognition that there's already, you're not starting from scratch, there's already a lot of work that's going into implementing the management of the community forest. And so having a forest supervisor, and even while we were working on the report, having an arborist that's hired as part of the team to help take on that workload. Sitting down right before this, Trent mentioned that there's, of the 20,000 trees, I believe, that are on kind of the public domain that you want to be monitoring, not 3,500, but 5,000 now have been inventoried, so fresh off the press. You've got a pilot block pruning program that's already underway in Paris that's going to help you understand how this can be implemented more broadly across the county. And that there is this focus of transitioning from a more reactive-based approach to management to more preemptive. And so, again, just some examples of how this is laid out in the report. For each of the different goals, there's these series of recommendations with different types of actions. And so some of the things are, for example, expanding the forestry team to ensure that they can keep up with the demand of work that would happen up front as part of this earlier investment in preventative maintenance, investing in the data. So having, we've got technology now that can really give us very high accuracy information across large landscapes on things like forest canopies, to be able to understand kind of where trees are, what condition they might be in, where they aren't, where are some areas that we can prioritize for planting out in the short term. Launching preventative maintenance program, as I've mentioned a couple of times now, and developing a woodlot strategy that may be a bit more of a medium-term to long-term goal, and things like developing integrated pest management strategies that recognize that, even though we can invest in taking care of our forest, there are threats that come in. Emerald ash borer is a great example of one that we've gone through over the last couple of decades. There's more forest pests that are emerging through climate change and things like that we need to keep track of, and just be able to build that into the decision-making framework around what we're doing, year to year or over 5 to 10 year plans. And so each of these is presented with input on what the anticipated costs would be and the timelines around where they would probably fit in terms of their priority. And so in transitioning to that, the last part of the report kind of breaks everything down into a very simple to follow and very kind of practical set of recommendations that are in a matrix that give you those recommendations, actions, tie them to different types of timeframes, and as well the whether or not they can be accommodated through existing resources, or are they a small investment, or are they a somewhat larger investment in terms of costs. So short term, for example, over the next couple of years, working on that inventory to understand the full extent of the community forest canopy is something that we've recommended. Building on what you're already doing with the pilot project with block pruning and preventative maintenance, doing simple things like looking at the species lists that are currently recommended and transitioning those to species that are more applicable to the geography and the ecology of the county, updating some of the compensation and policy kind of plans or implementation strategies around what to do when you have development and you're seeing loss of trees, like what can we change there? And then along with the data and looking at the broader landscape, looking at where are the plantable areas. So there is some discussion around tree equity, and that there are areas that are underrepresented in terms of tree cover. So even just leading up to this, Trent mentioned that there's a grant that the county's been awarded to help with Georgetown, St. George, for example, in terms of expanding the forest canopy there. Medium-term goals and actions over the next 3 to 5 years would be looking at expanding your forestry team, looking at a heritage tree protection program, developing an integrated pest management strategy, again, to kind of keep track of what are the emerging threats to the urban canopy, or the community forest canopy, looking at tree equity, as I'd mentioned, looking at more innovative approaches that tie into community engagement, such as piloting mini forests as a way to bring people into thinking about, what is a forest? How do you have to work with healthy soils to get that forest to grow and be healthy? And then building out stewardship and volunteer programs, which kind of intertwine with that idea. And then longer term, looking at a more comprehensive woodland strategy that would be a bit more focused on, I guess, the county's kind of woodlands that they're responsible for managing, to kind of develop the silvicultural practices and things like that would ensure the long-term health of those systems. Pursuing kind of being optimistic in terms of the success of all of this, pursuing recognition to establish the work that does get done and the work that comes out of the investment that's made. So yeah, just a number of other things that are kind of more focused on as well. The adaptive management, the monitoring, the efficacy of the implementation of the various different strategies. And so the last slide really is just focused on the kind of now, as opposed to the mid to long term. And it's 3 priorities to really consider is the Protect Now. So I've mentioned a couple of times the preventative maintenance program, which looks for investment now to secure the longer term benefits that can accrue through making sure you've got a healthy forest to work with, reducing liabilities and things like that. Plan strategically, so thinking about, again, what are the best sets of trees and other woody species to be working with, given the context and the geography and ecology of the county. And then investing wisely, so looking at right now leveraging opportunities through funding programs that exist provincially, federally, but other opportunities that are going to be arising through potential corporate partnerships and things like that. So I'll sign off there. If there are any questions, I am happy to answer them.
Questions of the presenter? Councillor House.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, and this may not be a question so much for the consultant as it is maybe for our own staff, but I appreciate this report, and it's a really important subject. My question goes back to one of the first slides, and we don't need to go back to it, but it said there were 192 respondents on the engagement on this subject. And like, I'm thinking about, we cut down some trees on the back road over here, Broadway Street, between the road and the Nith River a year or so ago. I think I got 192 questions that day. Today, I managed to stop in while some local high school students and Chuck Beach and other people were passionately involved in planting some trees up by Watts Pond and dealing with, I mean, talking to Chuck Beach is like talking to 50 people. So I'm and we had a great conversation, but 192 person engagement on this subject troubles me. I know that there's so many more people in our community that are passionate about this specific subject. And our staff do great work on this topic. So my question, not so much for you, but for staff, is can we look at ways to improve how we communicate this great work to the people who live in this community? Because I think we're not necessarily hitting it as well as we might hope to. Not just the engagement on the front end, but the successful finished report upon completion. Like this is an important topic to a lot of people. I'd like to see if staff could talk to us about maybe a communication plan to try and hit more people.
Allison's going to respond first.
Thank you. Through the chair to committee. I agree, and it's a consistent problem that we have in engaging people. And one of the issues inherently is that the people who tend to come out to these things and answer the surveys are the people who are angry or intimately involved. We tend to get both sides of the spectrum, and that, yeah, I'm generalizing, but I mean that is consistent in most of the projects that we do. We are doing an engagement survey right now. How do you want to hear from us? We're asking people, what is the best way? Do you prefer digital, that sort of thing? And we're also trying to be more intentional in terms of going to the people rather than asking them to come to us. So, for example, if we're going to long-term care homes, that type of thing, so those people are maybe unlikely to come to an open house, so we're trying to provide some opportunities, same with high schools, that type of thing. So we do plan to do more of that, you know, with some restrictions on resources, but a lot of it, unfortunately, does tend to be human nature. Like I said, people don't go out of their way to spend time giving us information unless it's something, like I said, they're really angry about, or you know, they're intimately passionate about, and that's unfortunate, but we do tend to see that across all of our engagements.
Quick follow-up, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that response. And I'm glad that you touched on the high school engagement, student engagement, because I saw some really passionate students today, very, very eager to get involved in planting these trees. And I'm glad to hear that that'll be part of our thinking moving forward. So, okay, thanks very much.
Councillor Kyle?
Thanks, Mr. Chair, through you. And my question kind of picks up a little bit on where Councillor Howes was going with his question, and mine's more specific to the agricultural part. So our farms do have a lot of our private woodlots that would be found in the county. And I'm just wondering how you sought input on that side of things. I saw the term regenerative agriculture and some of those types of terms throughout the report, and just wondering if you did any outreach to our local Federation of Agriculture, or I don't recall having any conversation about at our Ag Advisory, for example. So just wondering how that input was sought, just knowing that, to Councillor Howe's point, I know a lot of farmers who will be especially interested in this, especially if it does dictate how they can or can't manage their woodlots going forward.
Yes, through the chair. I gather, I mean, this was about a year ago, and so I wasn't quite as intimately involved in the consultation part, and I gather we would have set up almost like a public information center that would have tried to attract people to come in. It's a small project too. I mean, in terms of the breadth of, you know, the output or the engagement strategy. We're not necessarily a marketing company as well, so, and yet that, 192, 200 person count, it's a small number, so, from a statistical point of view, how does it represent, what people are thinking? So it's, at this point, I think that, again, from the beginning of what we're suggesting is that it's a bit of a strategy on what are the next sets of strategies or the next types of things to do. So this is great input because if there's knowledge coming back now, like these are things that could be fed into the education and the input to determine how you would approach that, because it's going to be a very different maybe set of actions that can be taken in the agricultural landscape than in the urban landscape, than in, say, in kind of the natural heritage system or green infrastructure and things like that. So I think that's probably where that would live, is there's still more work to be done to understand kind of how, if there's interest, how could these landowners contribute? And many times there's already a lot of stewardship going on that is happening on agricultural lands that could holistically contribute to what do they know? Like, can they contribute to a base of knowledge that helps other landowners, other ways of thinking about if you are planting, aiming for a forested system within the urban area, is there lessons that could be learned? So I think that the answer would be there's still more to be done, clearly, in terms of engaging the community. This is just a signal that there's definitely interest, which seems to reflect what Councillor mentioned.
Phil?
Yeah, just to add, so the Woodlot Association was involved in the consultation, so I just wanted to make that clear. And I think a big part of what the report's saying is that we want to engage in different ways, right? And I think on the implementation side, we'll be engaging rural residents for the rural tree planting program. That's a big part of it, and the woodland strategy. So it is a high-level strategy, and I think even if I look back at Councillor House's comment, I was at the engagement. There was some intense engagement going on. I thought it was a really good session, but it was a small group. But where I see positive things happening, I mean, I was in Glen Morris. We planted 1,000 trees on April 18th. A lot of council was there, even though I tried to shoo Councillor Bell away because he was going in the wrong way. We did 1,000 trees in 2 hours. And then today at the high school, the group here in Paris, 250 trees. So we're making a ton of headway. And as GM of Community Services, one of the biggest feedback I'm getting from members of the community, even now my church, is, oh, your forestry team's doing a wonderful job. So somehow we're getting the message out there. It's slowly getting out there. But remember, we're only a few years in growth with this team, right? And I think we've done quite a bit. So I think we plan to do more. We're a team of 2 right now, and Kathy leading the ship. And when you see the plan she's bringing forward next, there's a lot going on. But I think we are making some good headway. And I think when you see it hands-on, this community is super interested. I mean, you couldn't hardly, like once you parked, get your car out of that when we were out in Glen Morris. It was unbelievable how busy it was. And I got to plant 2 trees, that was it, right? So, yeah, so anyhow, I just wanted to make sure everybody know, I think we're making some great headway, and this council is very engaged in our forestry program, which I think is wonderful, so.
Mr. McAlpine.
I was going to ask the same thing about agricultural, but also I was thinking about legitimate reasons. Maybe people might want to remove trees and stuff like that, and how you see us approaching that. I'm thinking of, say, if a person, so I have quite a large lot in my place, so I have 25 plus trees, all different varieties, so I love trees and everything, but I also like gardening, and my wife likes to garden, so she's told me I can't plant any more trees, and I'm thinking, well, there's probably people that would like to garden, but they have, say, a full backyard of trees, so they'd like to remove them, so are some of them. Do you see how to handle maybe some of those conflicts?
Yeah, I mean, through the chair, I think that, again, I'll lean on this being a bit more of a meta study, that there's going to be strategies that come out of this. And I mean, some of them are going to have to live in policy for sure. I mean, if you're a developer or you're, looking at private trees and the removal, those are going to be the rules that you have to play by. But I guess, where there's more flexibility, I'd have to look at, and I suppose that there'd be the woodland management. I mean, that's maybe a slightly different question, but if you're looking to manage your own property, I mean, I'd have to be looking to the forestry department and council to kind of maybe understand what that would look like. Because it probably would live in the space of, a private tree, but it depends on the size. Like if it's still a young tree, this is a bit more of a question around landscaping. And, personally, I do this all the time with my own garden. If it's a small enough tree and it's not the right spot, I'll pick it up and move it. And if you needed your garden patch here. So I don't know if that would be, I don't know if that would be a huge conflict. Unless it's one where, it's a large enough tree, it meets a certain threshold in terms of its size and its criteria, and the rules of the game in terms of what council has in terms of protection.
Yeah, I was thinking about, in the old neighborhood, I used to live in Hamilton, there was kind of a running joke is that you knew the Italian moved in when all the trees started coming down because they liked to garden. So.
Councillor Haley.
Thank you, through you. I thought it was an excellent report. Thank you. I just have a few comments. Glenn Morris, when we did plant, sorry, I'm sort of speaking. When you mentioned Miyawaki Forest in your report, and a few weeks ago, is that what we did? Did we plant on Miyawaki Forest? Is that what we did? That was one of my questions. I have, the other thing is, could we bring back, you mentioned tree planting along county roads. I'm really interested in rural trees on roads. I grew up Coburn Street East, and it was beautiful. It was lined with elm trees. It was just a beautiful entrance to Brant County. I'm looking at Hamilton. We're right on the border with Hamilton, and they've got rows of trees along Jerseyville Road and Linden Road with their protective water bags. And I would love to bring that back to County Road, to Coburn Street East, because we had those trees. It was beautiful. The third thing is, did the study include the Tommy Williams Forest? And I had a question from your report about demonstration farms. You mentioned demonstration farms.
All right, through the chair. I'm not sure if it would have been a Miyawaki Forest or not. It sounds like a lot of trees, and it depends on the size of the area and density of planting and so forth. So might have been just more of a traditional planting. The concept of having more kind of boulevard or county road tree plantings, it's interesting you mentioned that, because I was driving through, I think it was actually just outside the county, and kind of was like amazed at, these tree plantings that are happening. And it was a concession road, but it had a feel about it, an aesthetic. So I would say that, that starts to get a little bit outside of the ecology role that I would play, and a bit more into the landscape architecture and thinking about the infrastructure that's there and potential conflicts. But certainly there's technology now that would allow those things to happen with reducing risk. And if that's, these are starting getting into places where Trent would be the expert in terms of like the management, but it would mean, having some of the things we talked about, like preventative maintenance, to make sure you have healthy trees there that are not going to become a risk or a liability within 20 or 30 years. And then I apologize, I can't answer about was it Tommy Williams? So like, if anything, it would have been a very high level consideration just in terms of mapping and capturing that forest in the existing data, but there wouldn't have been any kind of specific recommendations around that particular forest.
The final point was the demonstration farms. I didn't quite, page 57 of your report.
Yeah, so I mean, this is just kind of, you know, thinking big and around the idea of different ways of working, you know, having trees as something that's a bit more of a kind of slightly different way of interacting with trees in a forest. So like demonstration farms might be thinking about food forest type considerations. So looking at the ability of trees and even shrubs to provide nuts and fruits. So like, yeah, having that kind of permaculture consideration around, you know, how does that work? Or is there interest, especially within the rural or semi-rural kind of areas where you've got enough land to be able to plant trees that could be thought about in terms of that type of management or silvicultural practice. So that there isn't necessarily guidance, just that that's there as a concept that could be considered as one way of thinking about just like a mini forest or a Miyawaki forest. It's another way, like another intervention or another way of managing the land that's a little bit different than just planting trees for the sake of planting trees.
Councilor Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm trying to define the scope of this forest strategy. You call it a community forest strategy, but you're referring strictly to the trees on county-owned property. Am I correct on that?
Through the chair, no. So that would be public and private. So it's a very holistic consideration of trees and thinking about the interlinking of all the trees across the county and how they contribute to the county's forest.
So I own 20 acres of woodlot, and you're telling me that the county is now using my woodlot in their strategy to have a community forest strategy? What gives you the right to do that?
Through the chair, it wouldn't necessarily be using it. It would just be that by virtue of it being there, it's contributing. Just the reality of the trees are on the ground. They're there, and if they're not, then they're not.
If I told you my trees are my trees on my property, and the county has no right other than through their regulatory bylaws that we all have to abide by, that the county has no right to tell me what I should and shouldn't do in terms of everybody else on my own woodlot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, through the chair, I don't think that's necessarily what this strategy is getting at, and I think it would recognize that there's different ways of managing and using the land, and especially if you're a landowner that's planted these trees for a plantation, for example, that's a very different consideration than if you're somebody that's interested in maintaining it through the long term for a biodiversity function. So I think maybe this gets back to some of the original questions too, around having a much more broad set of input around the different types of concerns that would be raised. But I think those types of things would probably live more within the policy frameworks and bylaws within the county, so that those are the types of things that would have to be dealt with the folks here. These are maybe some of the harder questions around, what's the vision? How does county want to deal with these types of questions through hard rules or soft rules, or recognition of individual property owner rights and things like that?
In the southwest part of the county, down where I live, that's in the Long Point Conservation Authority area, and Long Point Conservation Authority owns many, many hectares of woodlot and forest in that area. The community forest strategy, as it's presented here, makes very few references to Conservation Authority properties and trees. How does that fit into the strategy? Because they have their own strategy that they manage, harvest, and use their properties as they see fit in their own strategy. Is this a competitive strategy? Is it a cohesive strategy? I don't recall sitting on the Long Point Conservation Authority Board, any requests for input and consolidation of a strategy across both Conservation Authority and the county, and I don't know about Grand River. The Grand River guys will have to talk about that.
Yeah, so through the chair, and this is going to be another one where there's, one of the goals is, looking at partnerships and understanding who the different players are, who's managing these different forest blocks, individual trees, and the whole idea is that the community forest is built on that premise that it's not just the forest, it's all of the people that are interacting with the trees, the woodlands, the forest, and recognizing that. And so some of the ways of thinking about that, and I could see playing into the longer term planning, would be having a very solid understanding of what conservation authorities are doing in terms of their longer term management, so that you can think about as a county, what does that mean? Like if there's a plantation that's proposed for removal in 30 years, that's an important thing to know when you're looking at the holistic picture. So it means more work to be done.
If the Conservation Authority's strategy, and they do have an extensive dealings with forestry, as you know and everybody else knows, if that is in conflict in some areas with the Brant community forest strategy, what happens then?
Through the chair, I would say that that's part of, working with the partners to understand, so if you kind of take a deeper dive into understanding who the various stewards are, landowners are, and what they're doing. You want to have that understood early to know. But I imagine if they're using, I'm not a forester, so this would be something that Trent's team would speak to. But there's standards and practices around good forest management. So I would be optimistic and anticipate that they're probably using good silvicultural practices, that any kind of conflict wouldn't exist at that level. It might be more that there's maybe an unknown around what's happening in terms of trees that may be cut down, for example. So it may affect targets, but it's not a conflict. It's just an unknown.
And I guess what I'm getting at, Mr. Chairman, is that it's fine to have a county strategy on county-owned property, and we have the authority to do that. But once you drift into private property woodlots, and I guess conservation authorities are considered private property woodlots, the owners of the property have every right to manage their property as they see fit, provided they follow the bylaws. And they may or may not coincide with some of the strategies that are in the community forest strategy as presented. And the other comment I want to make is for many years, the county back in the two-tier system did not allow trees to be planted on the road allowances because they were a liability in terms of people used to hit them and get killed. And they were awful things to maintain after an ice storm and a windstorm. And they interfered a lot with the public utilities such as hydro lines, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So be cautious on going and recommending that we plant trees along county road allowances, because they have financial considerations and they have safety considerations as well. They look nice, but there's nothing better than for private property owners to have trees and manage them with some guidance perhaps from the county and conservation authorities.
Councilor Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just say through you to the presenter, a lot of good things in there, okay? I want to preface my comments with that. Being proactive versus reactive, pest management and all that stuff. But I'll pull on the same threads that have already been presented. A community forest encompasses all trees on public and private lands. In the public, I think we can all agree. I don't think that's too much of an issue. It's the private lands. And I wasn't quite clear on if we look at a lot, a resident in Burford, in St. George, wherever, and they want to cut a tree down, are we creating more red tape for them? And the reasons, I mean, Councillor McAlpine touched on a couple, shade in the garden, but you know yourself, the list of reasons to cut a tree down are as long as the number of species of trees out there, whether it's for security, you got a swimming pool, the roots are eating into your basement, there's all, it's blocking your view of the road, all kinds of reasons to cut the trees down. Do you see this strategy creating more of a hurdle for people? Or does that depend on how we implement it?
Yeah, through the chair, I think it's all about implementation and having, you know, good frameworks that, you know, balance the need for what the county wants to see in terms of the future of the community forest versus balancing the needs and the right private landowners. So it's, I mean, this is not unique here. This is something that exists across all of Southern Ontario in terms of like,
Okay.
so it's, yeah.
I tend to agree with Councillor Chambers was saying. My woodlot is 30 acres, not 20 acres, but the bulk of that is GRCA regulated, right? Provincially significant wetlands. And I do have concerns, right, with more oversight, say from a municipality coming in, creating red tape. It'd be one thing if the municipality was paying the property tax, it's a different story, they're not. So I do have concerns with that. I would rather see, rather than a stick approach, is maybe looking at incentives, right? And education, going that route, you know, using the carrot. So that's just my comments.
Bill?
Yeah, through the chair to the councillors, I think those are all good concerns, right? But I think the idea of this strategy is to look where the county can help landowners with resources and where we can assist with programs to help increase the canopy if that's something they want to do. And I think getting a better understanding of, you know, removals and harvesting as we're trying to achieve our goals as a county helps us to determine what more we need to do. So I don't think we're trying to, this isn't about more red tape. It isn't a change in a bylaw. And similar to the GRCA, we'll eventually develop a management strategy like theirs for our own woodlots in a similar fashion. So for our own properties, but I think the overall piece, and I think like in the old days, they would call it urban forest, but right now, like we're calling it, it's the new term is community forest. The idea is to look holistically at the county of Brant and the forest cover, and then to work with our partners, whether it's the GRCA, and there was a number of conservation authority members at the actual consultation. I can't remember if which associations they were with because I didn't know them, but and they were all on board with our strategy and actually supported it. I think it's more about what can we do to work together with private landowners to help them improve their properties and to achieve their goals, and at the same time achieve ours. So it's not a bylaw, it's an overarching strategy that we're hopeful to get council support on, because I think overall it's a very good strategy and what we want to achieve, and it ties into all of our other initiatives that have gone in front of this. So,
Any more first-time speakers? Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Numbers, if I may. On page 50 of our report, there's a statement that the tree canopy cover target for county land is 30%. And on page 68 of the contractor's report, or page 68 of our total report, contractor Dugan Ecology says on table 2, there's already 38.7% in 2023, so I'm confused.
Through the chair, the different spatial context to that. So in rural, I believe it's higher than it is in the urban. So when you take it holistically, it's the 20. I think it was 24.7. Yeah. So it's just the spatial focus of the coverage. And so it's higher in rural, lower in urban.
But I think page 50 talks about tree canopy cover for county land. And page 68 talks about county-owned lands, tree canopy cover. So it needs a bit more clarity of explanation between the two reports.
Absolutely.
So a bigger question then, is the target 30% for county-owned lands, or is it 30% for the county? Because on page 64 of our package, it says that the target is 30% for the county, not for the county-owned lands.
Through the chair, yeah, so that target, I believe, is tied to the climate strategy that the county's working on. So it was to also recognize that this strategy kind of intertwines with other county-led initiatives. And so that 30% target for the entire county is tied to the climate strategy.
Okay, still not clear. That leads me on to the next question. We get a lot of people saying whenever we get a new subdivision, you're taking away agricultural land, you're taking away trees. How is the canopy changing with time? What's the percentage change over the last 10 years? And how do we forecast it? How does it look going forward with our current expectations of development?
Yeah, through the chair, that these are the intertwining kind of decisions and plans that have to come together to understand, because there will be a growth plan that at least has some kind of understanding of where development's going to be happening, and you could estimate the amount of tree canopy removal that would be happening with those, but that typically comes in with the planning application, so you don't really know, but you in theory could make some estimates to kind of take a look at where there might be deficiencies or takeouts to reductions in that canopy cover that then would want to be made up elsewhere through part of the broader plan. So, yeah, I mean, it's...
Well, go back to the very simple question. Is our tree canopy cover across the county going down? Has it been going down for some time?
Well, we didn't look at the historical numbers. I don't know, Trent, you're coming up to help with answering this question maybe, because you might have some more insight.
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so tree canopy coverage in the county is going to, I think it's not going any further down like it has been in the past. The brunt of development and new policy is preventing the removal of large swaths of woodland, which is where a lot of our tree canopy was lost to. Individual trees are being compensated for at a pretty high rate. If it's a 60 centimeter tree, it's now 6 trees. So although we are going to see time, it's going to take time to reflect that catch up. It takes about 15 years to see tree canopy of a small tree show any kind of relevance in a survey or a LiDAR sweep. So a tree planted now, we're not really going to see the benefits of that for 15 years. So it's going to continue to look like it's going down, but then it's going to start to peak back up again. But it all comes down to having responsible policy, and we do have that now. We have really, really good policy that prevents the removal of trees, or it makes the removal of trees, individual trees on private lands going through development, they second guess the removal due to the compensation requirements.
Yeah, thank you for that. I'm fully supportive of the direction you want to travel. And the parallel I would draw is with public health programs. I mean, the things we do in public health today, immunization, don't actually bear fruit for a generation. So it will be a very good investment on our part to support this as a council. But I probably won't be around to see the benefits, but I don't mind.
Councillor Oakley.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I just want to say, I think the this strategy document is brilliant. And just, I wanted to as well say that I don't see any fundamental conflict with this strategy being based around all trees in the county versus just trees on public property. In fact, I would fundamentally disagree with an approach that would look at only publicly owned lands. And I also don't see a conflict with it interfering with individual property rights any more than the municipality in its very operation, 90% of its operations already requires property owners on their own property to not have full freedom of what they do on the property. Just like I can't turn my house tomorrow into a shoe factory without going through an application process, nor can you start cutting down swaths of trees on your property in any which way. You know, our process is regulated by our bylaws, and these strategies feed into it. So I don't see any fundamental conflict there, and I think, in fact, it is precisely the direction we should be going, which is looking at these things holistically.
Any more first-time speakers? Councilor Haley.
I read the report completely differently than my colleague. We have about 14 acres of forest on our farm, and I read that this report, basically when they're reading the data that to count the canopy, is that you did count private and publicly owned land for the canopy when you calculated it. But I read it, especially towards the end, that you'd be working with the Conservation Authority to help interested farmers, landowners, if they wanted to plant trees. I didn't read it at all as you wanting to meddle with our farm. And I wanted to make a point to my colleague's earlier remark. I just wonder if you're barking up the wrong tree. There's, I believe, a tree protection and enhancement policy that might deal with tree cutting. And so I don't think this report really is dealing with that concern. And the comment that the county might not want to allow trees on roads, on road allowances, well, Hamilton just won a climate mitigation award for all, and it includes its tree planting along roadsides. So I think we could learn from Hamilton. I think it's an excellent report, and I'll be supporting it.
Any more questions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Councilor Chambers.
I do have an amendment, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I was figuring that was coming.
And actually, I support this strategy. It's a great strategy. I may try to incorporate it on my own private woodlot. But I'm always, when we have these strategies and master plans to approve them, when there's costs, I always hate that word approved. And lo and behold, looking at, I'm going to steal from 8.3 and make an amendment to 8.2 and say that, and that the community forest strategy be, rather than strike approved, be accepted as the framework to guide the planning of the community forest strategy in the county of Brant. And that basically is saying that it's a great strategy and we can use it as a framework to move forward, and we're not committing to any financial, the 20,000, 10,000, 50, that kind of stuff. So that's my amendment, seeking a seconder.
Seconder, Councilor Pearson. Discussion on the amendment. Councilor Bell.
I think this is a replay of something we talked about a little while ago when the north of the Nith master plan came around. And I thought we had a common understanding that it is a guiding document. So approval doesn't mean that we absolutely stick to the, whatever the number is, $28 million over the next 20 years. It will come up at each budget discussion and will be revised. So it's indicative, and that's what we're supporting. That's what we're being asked to support, an indicative number. So I cannot support the amendment.
Councilor Howes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question to staff. Is there a impact to the change of wording in terms of how we proceed with policy?
Through the chair to committee, two things there. There's no fundamental impact, but I would add the policy that we did implement secondary to this, and I think we we may have talked about it when we talked about North Duluth, but I'm not certain, so I'll repeat it, is with the long-term financial plan policy. So that acknowledges the issue that Councillor Chambers has raised and says that master plans are not inherently improving the financial implications of such, and all subsequent studies or initiatives tied to a master plan would be brought back individually for council consideration and financial impact. That being said, if you were to change the language, it doesn't make a fundamental impact to this recommendation tonight.
Councillor Chambers.
And just a final comment to my amendment. I always have a hard time getting my head around approving something, but not really approving it. Doesn't make sense to me.
Any more discussion on the amendment? Call the question on it? You want a question?
Yeah, I'll pass.
Call the question. All those in favor of the amendment? Opposed? It passed? Okay. It passed. The recommendation as amended. All those in favor? Okay. Opposed? Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. 8.3, Parks Master Plan, Kathy Valentine. Kathy's going to read the report word by word on 300 and some pages, so if anybody wants a nap, now's the time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was quite certain not everyone was going to read the entire 316 pages or whatever it is. But thank you for the opportunity to be here this evening. I'm pleased to present an overview of the Parks Master Plan through this presentation. This is a 2+ year initiative that we started in 2023. It is entirely a Maiden Brant product. I would like to take a moment to recognize the contributions of every department in the county was involved, as well as other strategic partners, such as our First Nations. And a special thank you to Avu Tulurum, who was our project coordinator last year, who was instrumental in bringing this plan together. With that being said, a quick overview here. Get my pages, my arrows available. Here we go. Okay, the purpose of the Parks Master Plan is to ensure all county residents have access to quality parks and open spaces, which are crucial for community well-being and recreation. This plan will guide park development up until 2051, aligning both with a lot of plans, but specifically with the official plan. It will determine current and future parkland needs. It identifies necessary park types and locations, addresses accessibility and environmental preservation, and incorporates Indigenous engagement and population growth projections. We are creating a flexible framework for park service delivery. One of the objectives of this plan is to demonstrate and justify the need for additional parkland as this community grows. We've set a purposeful parkland target of 4.5 hectares per 1,000 residents. To achieve this goal, the county will need to acquire approximately 35 hectares of land over that period of time up till 2051. And we have to get to our 266 hectare objective. We currently have 142 hectares of parkland, and that translates into a per capita rate of 3.5 hectares. I'm going to speak to further calculations later in this presentation. During this planning process, we did divide this into two components. There's a background study that looked at all of these separate sections, the community engagement, the planning contexts, the plan foundation, parkland walkability and future growth of areas of parks and communities, as well as trails, park and facility bookings, as well as service standards and park classifications. So within this plan, this top section, the O2, references the chapters or the sections in the plan in case you're wanting to follow along in any way. So our strategic priorities for this plan are creating quality spaces within our parks. We want to connect all of our parklands where we can. Natural preservation is our second one. We want to protect and enhance natural environments. Sustainability and accessibility are going to ensure that we have sustainable, accessible, and adaptable parks. And diversity and inclusion, which will promote equity and inclusivity in park access and design. Finally, our last point is to build strong partnerships. We want to have alliances with park development, as well as help with some maintenance along the way from some of our partners. Some of our key goals for this plan are to address climate change, integrate parks with our communities, support equity and inclusion, enhance existing parkland, create livable communities and healthy communities, and preserve and enhance natural heritage, as well as optimizing our park usage. Some of the calls to action through this plan are to ensure that our parkland supply target is met at that 4.5 hectares per 1,000 residents. Speaking of the canopy coverage, which is part of our climate action policy, to work towards that goal. We need to do a parkland dedication bylaw and fee update. We want to integrate into the community planning process. This is new for us, so the legislation keeps changing every week, it feels like, when we've been doing this plan. But that's one of our objectives, to make sure we fit into that planning process system. And looking at the provision ratios, so we have current provision ratios, and then based on our growth, we'll have updated provision ratios. And we're also wanting to continue to foster all the collaboration that we have with our existing and new community organizations. So we did look at a number of plans that we already have in place, particularly our Recreation Master Plan, and it's coming up for renewal in 2027. This will be a companion document with that, and it would also, be an update at that time. So we'll have a few more newer statistics by the time we do that will also fold into that plan. Won't go through all the planning and legislative changes that happen throughout this process, but it's something that we're looking at all the time. Also, during this process, you recently saw the Community Services Strategic Plan come forward. This dovetails nicely into that plan and ensures that there's consistency. For our parkland dedication, people may not be aware of how that works. So we do have 5% for residential development that we are allowed to either take as land or as cash in lieu. And we will look at each individual development to see what is the best fit, and sometimes it's a combination of both even. And so we've started a tracking system, which council probably isn't aware. As developments come in, it's actually, and the payments are made, if they're cash in lieu, we actually track that through our GIS system now, so we know exactly which part of the county that those funds came from, and then we can, when we do our budget annually, we look at redirecting them to those particular areas. So part of this process, we did look at quite a few of the demographic trends, and some of the things that emerged were health and wellness. And we definitely have a focus on mental health, nature-based workouts and experiences to make sure that we're having active citizens and promoting socialization, stress reduction, things like that. Active transportation, again, we're developing and expanding our transportation network. More multi-use trails are being developed, bike lanes, new trails such in Paris Grand and Oakland and St. George. There's quite a few in the works that will come to fruition through the plan. Volunteerism, we've heard a lot of groups are struggling to get volunteers to commit. We are trying to support. We just had our volunteer fair, which was quite successful a couple weeks or a week ago or so. And we're also working with our groups through our community partnership policy, which is also helping them develop some strategies. Population growth we know is happening and is going to grow this community quite a bit, up to 59,000 by 2051. This plan outlines where new parks will be, resulting from developments very specifically. Our aging population also is a trend. I'll get into a bit more details, but we are looking at therapeutic type programs. We now have our senior center, which is serving some of the need, but I think there's still a gap there. We definitely need to look at how we're going to plan for the future on that area. And diversification within our community. We have a lot more different cultural groups and activities and festivals that we're supporting, and also partnering with our Indigenous partners as well. It's weird. A little bit more about demographics. This chart is actually quite interesting because it really shows over that 10-year increments how the growth will happen in each individual main community, as well as kind of the other settlement areas. So, you know, the 10-year growth, a lot of it happened in Paris at the first part, but then now we're going to see St. George go in the next round. And, you know, we're having a large increase in St. George of doubling its population pretty well. So there's going to be a lot of growth of new parks and activities that we're going to have to plan for there. We are seeing steady increases across the board, which is actually really good. I think that all areas are growing, whether it's Mount Pleasant, Scotland, Oakland, they're all different areas have some growth, which is really positive. That gives us opportunities to develop new parks in all areas of the county. The age of our population here in Brant is slightly older median age than the province. So we're at about 44 versus 41, and that we will see that further on in the next, you know, by 2051, we're going to have about 13,000 more seniors here than we do today. So we are really going to have to start to think about how we're going to accommodate that type of influx of that age group. The 85 plus is also a very large portion of change that we are going to have to plan for as well. I just gave a couple of examples in here that even though the percentage isn't large for the children's side of growth, of around almost 3,400 children in that 0 to 14 age over this planning period, it does result in a lot more services that will be needed to provide it. For example, camps. We need to have another 320 spaces now, probably based on current participation. So where we put them and how we plan those, some will be outdoors, some will be indoors. In our immigration background information, we have a lot of diversity. Some of the Americas are 14%, African nations 4%, Asian 23%, and European at 59%. It's a lot more diverse. We're seeing new activities emerging, and we need to plan for that. So we're looking at some of these activities, and quite a few of them come from warmer climates, so they do a lot of outdoor activities, and I think we will have a lot more busy spots of our trails and hiking and paddling and that type of thing to look forward to. During this planning process, we did look at where we have gaps in our system and whether it's walkability, which I'll speak to a little later. But basically, we know there are some gaps. The significant growth necessitates increased park spaces and more recreational facilities, and we will be planning accordingly. We have to ensure there's adequate green space facilities like playgrounds, pools, rec centers to meet the needs of our community. So on the left-hand side of your screen, you'll see how many parks we currently have and the different types of areas. We will see a lot more growth. Go through that in just a moment. But we are looking at adding a few new classifications to our parklands because we are doing different things than we did 10 years ago when we did our rec master plan. And so we're going to add a couple new things. River access points have very specific needs, and we have a few of them, so that's a new category. Commons and urban greens, we're getting more of those now, and they're very focal points of our community. We'll see the one in King Street in Burford come to life this year. And then also our streetscapes and that entrance features, all our roundabouts, and we didn't have those 10 years ago, so here we are, we have to maintain all of these sites, and our staff do a great job trying to keep on top of that. So, speaking of community engagement that we had earlier in 2023, we did have 512 respondents to our online and hard copy surveys that were distributed throughout the county. We had public open houses at several community locations. We did the online surveys. We did in-house SWOT analysis and looked at our own staff and their input on what we need to do. We did focus groups with particular groups, and we had council interviews. So it was a pretty comprehensive engagement process, and you can see we had quite a few people engaging, you know, either online with viewing things or downloading things off our website. Just a couple little snippets on the right were part of the engagement strategy or the report that was posted online a while ago. But the highlight of it is that people are really looking for more variety of amenities and parks in our community. And then both of the active and passive came out quite even almost. So people are looking for both, which is great. So we do offer a lot of those types of facilities and amenities now, but we'll continue to include those as we build new parks and trails in our community. Our community outreach with our First Nations, we've been developing a very good relationship. Each time we meet with them, we learn more about each other and what's important to each other and how to work together. So very positive interactions. They've offered us some meaningful information to improve this plan, and being collaborative is important. Having these meaningful, continuous engagement through the process of all project phases is important to them. Cultural respect for the heritage and integration, where we can include information in our historical representations, is really important. And shared values for environmental and protection of environmental stewardship are issues that emerged through the plan. Some of the key themes from our community outreach: people are looking for places to exercise with their dogs and have some amenities. Park maintenance and accessibility improvements with park safety is always important. People are looking for more lighting in parks, more garbage cans, those kinds of things. Our multi-use trails, we do have a really great network here. We're very fortunate, but we will be building more. So People are looking forward to having those closer to their neighborhoods. And then our play structures, having more accessibility and having specific items for children with disabilities, that type of thing is what we're striving to include in all of our design work now. Sorry about that. Our park systems, oh, isn't this funny? So you can't see it's not showing up on your screen, all my little information. Somehow it's not working, but I will go through it. The current per capita I did mention earlier is 3.5 hectares per 1,000 residents. Our current parkland supply is 142 hectares. What we did is we divided up, when we did this analysis, between our active usable space, sports fields, trails, that types of thing, versus our natural settings where you're just more passive recreation, hiking, walking, that type of thing. So this is speaking to our active piece. So our parkland supply forecasted down the road is 230 hectares, which is slightly shy of where we should be if we use towards our 4.5 hectare target. So that's our gap, is the 35 hectares. So we know that based on our current development that we have in the queue, we don't have quite enough. So we're gonna work towards that. A couple of things to think about. We looked at our community values and what we're hearing from the community to come up with the 4.5 versus 3.5. We also looked at our municipal comparators, and we were ranked on the lower end across several municipalities. And then we also looked at some of the other objectives that we have at council, our climate emergency, and how we're going to mitigate the effects of climate change. And that made us think that we should raise the bar a little bit to the 4.5. Just as an example, the Golden Horseshoe average is 8.5. So we're significantly lower at 3.5 right now. City of Brantford is about 4.5 as an example of that type of thing. So I think we're in a good space to be at 4.5. One of the benefits of the development that we'll see in the next little while is that our current open space is a little bit low, I guess, in a sense, at 128 hectares, but we're projecting 297. So we're going to have a lot of gains through development in the next 25 years. So we should end up somewhere around 425 hectares, which is really significant increase from our current 128. I apologize, this isn't working on your screen, but it is in the presentation you got earlier. So what we're going to focus on is protecting those habitats and being stewards and making sure that those lands are there for many, many generations to enjoy. Barker's Bush is an example of protecting those lands. So in your report, there was some information that we looked at for usage and all of the opportunities that we have in our sports fields, etc. It was a little bit outdated, so what I did is I just pulled back the last, because we looked at kind of pre-pandemic versus post-pandemic stats before when we were doing the plan back in 23, 24. But I thought it'd be interesting to see how far we've come in 25, from 22 to 25 now. And although our utilization remains pretty typical for most municipalities in the 18 to 25% for most facilities, the increase in usage has really risen during this last 3 years. So we've got ball diamonds increasing 50%, soccer 22%, beach volleyball 86%. Disc golf is one of the most popular courses in Ontario. We have a lot of play every day there, year-round. At Green Lane, so it's very popular. And our picnics have gone through the roof at 175% usage. So when you look at, all the activity, there is a bit of a price to pay because there's a lot more things that we have to do to keep up. So I think our staff are doing a really good job, but we're very, very busy. The community facility usage, you can see below our 2018 bookings at 2194 hours in parks. Now we're up closer to 4,000 on average the last couple of years. So big increase of 81% of usage. So we've got lots of fun times ahead of us. Now, as part of this strategy, we looked at what are our current provision levels. So we looked at all the different types of amenities that we have. And there's just some examples there that I provided to give you an idea. Basically, what is going to happen is through the population growth, we will look at very specific facilities to say, what is it we really need in a particular area to either come close to our provision levels or potentially increase them to a certain extent. So as an example, St. George only has a small little modular skate park right now. Burford got a lovely one last year and the year before when we built that. And Paris has a nice skate park and we did an addition to that. So right now we have, modular kind of mixes, but St. George is going to need a bigger one down the road. So the provision level will go down as far as ratios, but it is something that's needed in the community, right? So playgrounds, I just gave you an idea based on the 2051 projections. These are how many new facilities of different types that we're going to need. 16 more playgrounds, there's a lot of new parks on the horizon. So pretty much every park gets some type of play facility, whether it's a sports field, a playground, that type of thing. So there's a lot to go to look at. If you want to look at it ward by ward, you can look on pages 100 to 105. It's very specific on what will be placed in each ward. This plan is very comprehensive. So some of our strategies to get us to where we need to be. First of all, we're going to retain what we have, our existing parkland. We are very targeted in our land acquisition, so each individual application that comes through, we look at it very strategically and say, what can we get? How big of a space do we need? Or do we need it at all? Maybe if there's a park too close within that 400 to 800 meters, we won't take it. We'll take cash and use it for other things to enhance some of the existing parkland. But we are very targeted in areas that we're deficient right now, and we know where those all are. The parkland dedication for parks and rec facilities, again, if we can get our full 5%, we get it 99.9% of the time as best we can, because we know we have to make up that gap of 35 hectares. And we're also looking at reusing of county lands, such as at the north of the Nith is a really good example. It's kind of been sitting there for years, not being used, but we're looking at making it into usable space now. Some of the alternate strategies we look at are shared use agreements. A good example is at Harley. We didn't have a park in Harley, but we have a partnership with the landowner that we could put an agreement together and put a playground for that neighborhood. So those are things we look at all the time when it's available. Privately owned public spaces, we really don't have a lot of these, but this is new legislation that's going to force our hand a little bit to, and an example of this would be if there's a condo development and they want to put in some amenities, we will be taking that as acceptable parkland now, but it has to have public access. So even though it's a little bit isolated within a private kind of condo development, we will be accepting that if this new legislation goes through. The community planning permit system, of course, you are aware that's being developed now, so that will obviously have some impact as well. Repurposing potentially of any municipal lands, we will look at that if opportunities arise. The community benefits charge is part of the planning legislation that we haven't tapped into yet. It really is about high density developments. So that's why we need to do the parkland dedication update bylaw so that we can collect land or dollars towards that type of development. Partnership opportunities, of course, we do have a lot of community partners. We work with service clubs and such as the Scotland Optimists, that type of thing. They own the park, but we support them. And then any off-site park conveyance through negotiation, we're dealing with a couple of sales and different things to try and get more land or access to our land or vice versa. So those are things that we look at all the time. So our gap analysis, I'm not going to go into detail. There's full community-wide, so every hamlet, every village is outlined in the plan, and you can see where there are gaps. We recognize there are quite a few gaps. Residents in 8 communities enjoy sufficient walkability, but there are 9 others that face deficiencies. We do recognize that some of the rural residents will have to drive a little bit further to access some of those, but that's country living, and that's usually what they want. I've added a slide in here that I didn't really speak to earlier too much in the plan, but I thought was important. So as part of the recommendation, we're asking you to approve the service standards. And what the service standards are, it describes what we do. It's a description of the service, how we do it. This is not as part of your presentation, I apologize, but I wanted to explain this to you. When we do it, so the actions and responses that we have for residents if we have an issue, and also our preventative maintenance and our inspections. That's what we're looking at. So our core services by classification are based on our current service levels. So what you see in the service standards is what we're currently doing now. We haven't increased them or changed them. We just want to document them so that they're in the public realm. We know what the operational expectations are, the standards. It's a baseline for accountability and for future growth. Also within that standards document, there are recommendations for service improvements and specific things for new construction as they emerge. So as an example, for your service standards, we would talk about general park areas. How high we cut the grass. We keep it at 2 to 3.5 inches. We trim each week or every other week, depending on the type of park area. We keep it free of litter. We cut along the trails, that type of thing. So those are specific things in the standards that we're telling you. This is how we do it. The actions to achieve the target will tell you we're going to do inspections. We're going to do litter pickup once a week or twice a week or whatever it may be. We're going to, blow off grass off our hard surfaces. So those are actions that we do to achieve our target condition, and then our service and inspection action timelines. If we get a report about something, this is our standard. We respond within 2 hours, 7 days, 2 weeks. It depends on what the activity is, but that's clearly outlined in your standards. So just wanted to take a few minutes to explain that a little bit further. So the recommendation section for our strategic priorities is this section we're going through now. So creating and connecting quality park spaces. We want to expand green spaces, enhance parks, improve access, and meet our targets as we've discussed. Oh, there's the slide. It's in the wrong order. Sorry. The next strategic priority is protecting, preserving, and enhancing natural splendor. So we're looking at making sure we can protect our ecosystems, have strategic plan updates to all of the policies and procedures that we have in our department, looking at our canopy goal and trying to achieve that 30% target, and also expanding green areas and restoring lands where we can along the way. The development and, the diversity, equity, inclusion priority is looking at inclusive parks, making sure we can have functional parks that include everyone, having adaptive amenities, One of the new things we put in St. George, Sunny Hill Park is a communication board last year. It's our first one in the park, so we're trying to do things like that to make sure people can enjoy the spaces as much as possible. Optimizing the space, any underutilized areas, we try to bring them into the fold where we can. And we did have quite a bit of feedback through our community consultation. People need more clear information, so we have new signage going in, some wayfinding, interpretive signage, things like that. And then also safe design, which also came forward with lighting and things like that. So using your crime prevention through environmental design guidelines to assist with that. And our next priority is fostering sustainability, accessibility, and adaptability. So we did speak about climate readiness and building parks and trails that will withstand climate change. Expanding nature, we're doing that pretty much a lot right now with planting trees and getting the community involved. Accessible parks, making sure we have parks that are designed for all abilities. Looking at funding, and we can look at different strategies to get grants and things like that that help with us, help expand our programs. And getting all the required open space that we need. So making sure we utilize the tools that we have available to us through the planning process is one example. And continuing our development of strong partnerships and alliances. We rely a lot on our community to help us. We're a small but mighty team, but we really appreciate the horticultural societies and service clubs that really do make our jobs a lot better and easier. Prioritizing community requested amenities. We see sometimes delegations come forward. Council gets a chance to decide, oh, yep, we're going to move that up on the priority list, or, you know, it's going to have to wait. We do try to make sure we have some free and small fee events so that people can access our parks and activities in our parks. And then also to actively include Indigenous history and culture in park planning and having educational opportunities for that. Okay, that page. So the financial impact, we do have quite a lot of projects that are slated for the next 10 years. We really can only look at a 10-year snapshot through this process because we don't have anything beyond that really documented either in the long-term financial plan or our own capital project plans. However, we do have about, $30 million worth of projects. We have about 20.75 million is covered through development charges for those projects. About 10 million is in other projects that will be funded either through parkland dedication, reserves that we have internally, tax levy, that type of thing. And we will have to look at this, every few years, this plan, to update it in line with the long-term financial plan. And that will be reviewed annually by council, and those priorities will be decided upon at that time. Lots of work ahead, lots of exciting developments that we know are in the works, and lots to do. And a little bit of a recap. So this park plan is to meet the community's needs through 2051, ensuring sustainable green spaces and park amenities that are all constructed over the long term. We would like to say we are committed to our 4.5 hectares per 1,000 resident target. Our purpose is the plan analyzes deficiencies, determines the needs, outlines park development, locations and features, and considered community input through the process. And it proposes a lot of recommendations, but most we believe are realistic and achievable through this time period. We also want to remember to preserve those community jewels that we already have and make sure they're well-maintained as well. We do want to have a goal of enhancing our recreational opportunities. We did hear that from the public, that that's things that they're looking for. Also, to keep improving accessibility, our green inventory, and making sure our community has places to go and recreate and enjoy and de-stress, all those things. One little point is there is a supplementary appendix that's attached to the report that came specifically from planning. It talks about the planning implications. They're a very big part of why we're doing this plan, because we can't do certain things without the plan as far as the province goes. So we wanted to make sure we have the legal framework for the parkland acquisition, that our development remains consistent with our current policies and standards. There will be OP amendments required. We will continue to engage our community partners and our residents for the community planning process. And in that plan, it will pinpoint some priority areas for natural spaces and urban forests. So we plan on maximizing the funding that we can through development. The development charges are a big part of what we can do in the community, so we're hopeful that we can maintain our current situation with pending legislation. That is my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Before I go for questions, I need somebody to move it to get it on the floor. Moved by Councillor Howe, second by Councillor Oakley. Councillor Pierce first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, we get a lot of reports in our packages. I can't ever remember getting a report this big with that much information in it. So kudos to everybody that was involved. You mentioned a few of them, Kathy. This is well done with a ton of information that, you know, it's definitely some reading, but there's information out there that for everybody in the county. So I think that's fantastic. Kudos. My biggest, I'm going to call it pet peeve when it comes to parkland dedication is the fact that a lot of times we'll take money in lieu of parkland or green space. And then we get this report which tells us that we're a little shy on our parkland, which kind of gets me a little more in the sense that why would we even question taking anything but parkland and green space? And you did mention something. I just want to make sure that I heard you correctly. You said we might not take it if there's another park within. Did you say 4,800 meters?
400 to 800 is our threshold.
400 to 800
Yes.
meters. Okay. So I guess my question with that is, does that include like any green space, like a parkette, or does it have to be a full park, or how does that work?
Through you, Mr. Chair. It works on the basis that it has to be usable land. So we have to be able to develop it to have some type of amenity in it. If it's natural heritage, that's not included in parkland dedication currently.
Right.
So it needs to be something we can develop into something that is usable by the community.
Okay, so that being said, when we have a development come in, can we not dictate that, you know, as we say it, we set the 5% for residential, 2% for commercial. Is there nothing in there that can dictate that has to be usable land, as you say?
Yeah, the planning legislation does address that. So it definitely has a definition there. So we rely on that definition as we're evaluating the property.
Right, because I look at it in the sense of, you know, you take Lions Park and the Lions Park in Burford and the bigger parks and stuff like that. But I look at the Willow Street Park, that's classified as a parkette. Look at the one up on Jury Street, that's a parkette. The one on Rest Acres Road there is a parkette, and they get a ton of use. Again, I understand the part of the rationale of instead of taking parkland, you take the money and you can use it somewhere else. I get that. But I think we need to this is just my own opinion, but I think we need to revisit that way of thinking in the sense of we're not gonna, because these developers, they'll pay you the money in a heartbeat because they can get 4 or 5 more houses in there, right? No, we're gonna take our green space, our parkland, the 5% that is legislated that they have to have, and use it for whether it is a parkette or whether it's a bigger park. And then you get ones like, look at the J Wells, like that's a huge plot of land that we had there for a park, and like that thing is used all the time. So I think the point I'm trying to make here, well, I know the point I'm trying to make here is the fact of whether it's a parkette or whether it's a size of Lions Park or a size of that, it gets used. So I think we really need to change our thinking here in the sense that we're not taking money, we're taking the green space, because even with what we're doing here, the report states that once we get to the our end of our forecast, we're gonna be short. So again, fantastic report, but I really think as far as the parkland dedication, we really need to rethink our thinking, if that makes sense, or our way of looking at it, and stick to our guns and keep it as, no, it will be green space. Thank you.
Councilor Chambers.
I'm wondering if you could put up slide number 3, page number 3. And while you're looking for that, it's the 3rd page in. I just want to say this is actually one of the better master plans that we've had. And I use the word fantastic as Councillor Pierce suggested. This is excellent work.
Thank you.
And I'm still looking for page 3.
Is this 3?
All I can see is Mayor Bailey. I know he's not page 3.
Okay.
He's page 1. Anyway, the page 3 is the, there we go. Start right at the beginning. I think it's important. I'm waiting for this. But anyway, there's a couple things that need to be said. It's not the page 3 I'm looking at.
Okay, which, oh, okay, this page?
The team acknowledgement is what I'm looking for. And so many of our master plans, we farm out to consultants and it costs, that's not the one I'm looking for. The team acknowledgement is what I'm looking for. We farm out to these master plans with the consultants. We spend hundreds of thousands of dollars and we don't get any better work than what we've got right here. And my page number 3, which is different than that, is the team acknowledgement. The project steering committee, Kathy, Stacy, Michelle, and Phil, you really need to be commended for what you've done here, because it's done in-house, as good as any consulting firm that could have done this. And I congratulate the team, and the page that I'm looking at tells all the people that were involved in doing this, and it's great work. You did it yourselves. It's a department effort that I think all of our departments should have a look at this, and next time we do a master plan, we can do it in-house better than any consulting firm that we can hire for hundreds of thousands of dollars. I've said my piece. I still don't see page 3, but it lists the team that did the work on this.
Yes.
Well done. And
Just to clarify, that's in the, I didn't bring that page, like the whole study in the presentation, so it's actually in your master plan report.
well, everybody have a look at my page 3. It's the team acknowledgement, and I wanted to broadcast what an excellent department we have, and they're to be commended for the work they do, and it shows throughout the report.
Councilor Kyle.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Through you to Kathy. Yeah, to echo Councilor Chambers, I think the report is fantastic. You talked about the optimizing the park facility utilization, and you showed sort of that trend from 2022 to now. And I can say, as a family that is spent a lot of time at some of these facilities over the last several years, this tracks with what I have guessed. So I guess my question is, so we've got 50% increase in ball diamonds, 22% in soccer fields, et cetera, et cetera. Do we have a sense of how much demand is currently not able to be met? when we know we have, so ball diamonds, for example, only some of them have lights. So we can only use them, those ones during the day, whereas there's a small percentage we could use at nighttime as well. So do we have a sense of how much demand for some of these facilities is not being met and kind of how we plan to tackle that?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. We don't have a true sense of it. We're getting indications, though, based on requests, right? So we know we have more requests than we can accommodate. So that's something we do kind of track just to see, and we try to accommodate everybody the best we can. But yeah, we don't really have a true sense of it at this point. We do have a little indicator this year. As an example, we have now lights going in at Green Lane for the soccer field. We've never had lights there before, so I was a little reluctant to say, like, I don't know what the demand's gonna be. It's booked 6 days a week now, before we even have opened the facility. So it is a bit of an indication we're lagging behind on a couple areas, but then our utilization is not that high. So when you think about it, you have to say, like, we're only using from, 6 till 8 or 8:30 at night. And so it's that balance of trying to get people to take a little bit earlier times or a little bit later times if we do have lights and that type of thing to get our utilization a little bit higher before we really make big investments.
Councilor House.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will also echo the compliments. Great work from the team. It's a very in-depth report that's easy to read. And that goes a long way, especially when it's 300 pages. In particular, and this goes to Councillor Chambers' comment about the fact that we did it in-house. When I read through this and listening to your presentation, our staff understand the very tricky balance between urban and rural needs. And that's a really big deal. And it's what our county is all about, is striking that balance, and you guys have nailed it, and I don't think any consultant could have come anywhere close to nailing it. So I particularly want to compliment that. And I want to turn that into a question. Like I think about how this community has changed, and I remember years ago, Parks and Rec was a hockey stick and a baseball glove, right? And if you were talking about BMX tracks and things like that, people looked at you like you were crazy. And we've come so far. We've got pickleball and cricket and dog parks and river access. And the outdoor green space of our municipality is a very, very big part of what makes this a great place to live. And this whole plan, to use the other words, fantastic. My question and this is just asking you anecdotally, your gut instinct as somebody who's worked at this job for a long time and with the information from your team. We have a lot of people that move to this municipality from other places, often larger places. And I'm just wondering what's the gut feedback that you get from newcomers to our municipality who maybe they're used to having bigger parks and, this isn't a recreation plan, but swimming pools and that kind of thing, but maybe they didn't have river access and trails and Barker's Bush and the future north of the Nith. And so I'm just wondering if you can just speak a little anecdotally about the vibe that you get from people who are new to our municipality.
Thank you for that question, Councillor House, through you, Mr. Chair. We do get quite a bit of feedback about the level of service that we can provide. And we do have to temper it a little bit because the expectations are generally higher than what we are providing. But the things that we're doing, like our new park developments, we're expanding that horizon all the time and, expanding the opportunities all the time. So it's a bit of a balance of what the people that have been here, like yourself, all their lives, there's no issue, right? It's the new people that have come from a bigger center that has a much bigger tax base that can have maybe a bigger splash pad, or maybe can have, you know, more multiple ball diamonds in one location. One of the challenges we have is that because our developments aren't very large in a lot of our centers, if we're doing a development in Mount Pleasant, it might be 30 houses max. We're not getting enough land to build those types of facilities. That's our challenge, one of our biggest challenges, because we only have a few very specific parks that can accommodate, like to build a cricket field, like you need like 2 full-size soccer fields to build a cricket field. We don't get enough land to do that through development. So it's a tricky balance to try to do what we can, you know, to build the best we can. But, you know, we have to look at maybe acquiring land through purchase potentially for some of these larger projects.
Thank you very much, and you guys do a great job, and I just want to reiterate one more time. You mentioned the word gems towards the end of your presentation. You and the team involved, you know when to leave gems alone, unpolished, and you know which ones need to be polished, and that's a real instinct. That's not something that comes out necessarily statistically, but you guys do a great job.
Thank you.
Councilor Oakley.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, I wanted to sort of also piggyback on that, you know, this is a fantastic report. And I think, you know, it demonstrates that, yes, when we're able to do these reports in team, we have the capacity, or in-house, and we have the capacity to do them. I think, you know, we're able to do them at par or better as when we get consultants. We're able to do them faster, we're able to do them cheaper. I do want to highlight, and I think you would agree with me here, that, you know, obviously there's a capacity issue when it comes to being able to do all these reports as such. You know, we just had our community forestry strategy. That obviously I think is a team that's too small to take on a master plan strategy of that size, or the previous north of the Nith. And I think that's something to sort of internalize for council when it comes to future budgets, and we're talking about investing in future staff. I've yet to see a term or an example over this term of council where we've invested on bringing those things in-house and it hasn't paid dividends like that, but we have to make that investment there if we're, you know, if that's the outcome that we're wishing to have, which is more of these sort of in-house, you know, boutique reports. Sort of one other comment I wanted to make as well, just around sort of the map that was here. Just gonna pull it up for myself. In terms of the walkability aspect, just highlighting as well, you know, to be careful when we're drawing just, you know, these radii, that not necessarily, you know, I see there's the 400 meter, 800 meter sort of walkability radius around Green Lane Park. That obviously is not easily accessible by walking. That's something to consider. And then further, you know, this has been topic of conversation that we've had the accessibility committee, something to consider as well as how close the accessible parks are as well. When we're, you know, there's lots of deficiencies in our current parks for accessibility. And while, you know, our big feature parks tend to have all of those nice features, our neighborhood parks tend not to, and that's something I think we should be thinking about as well, both for redevelopment and building future parks. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the delegation. Kathy, thank you for the report. It is fantastic, as everyone has said, and Phil, you're doing a great job. I've also sat in lots of meetings with Kathy and Phil, and when these people the new people that are coming to our county come here asking for cricket pitches and wondering where the swimming pools are and things like that. So I want to thank you for approaching all of those people with respect. And, you know, we listen to people, and then you just tell them the truth. You tell them that we just can't do that right now, or we've done this, but we have to add to that. So not only do you tell them when we can do things, you also tell them with respect when we can't do things. And that's just as important. But I mean, the quality of this, you can see where you do it in-house because the players know what they're talking about. Kathy knows where Glen Morris is, and she knows where Harley is, and she knows what the needs are. So to do these in-house makes so much sense. And I hope in the future that we can do that, because it's an awful lot of money Not that they don't do a good job, but you have to know what you're talking about. And staff that's been here quite a while, quite a while. Phil's been here a while now. They do know what they're talking about, and I think it's very important that we do as many in-house as we can. Thank you.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Kathy. Kathy, I wrote to you, I said the background analysis was really helpful because together with the benchmarking, you've got a very solid base for saying what you need in the future. I guess you have a conflict because when you look at page 104, 105 in your report about utilisation, I'll take one example, soccer fields. We've got 1,800 hours of bookings, and we've got capacity probably for about 10,000. So that's a real dilemma. I mean, your point about putting lights on the field makes an awful lot of sense. For that, we don't need more land, we need a bit more money. So I hope I think you're always thinking about that trade-off of using the existing facilities. And along that line, we have lots of schools around us. You haven't said, I don't think I saw anything in here about how we might work with schools to make use of facilities that they have that we would then not have to build. Because the schools don't operate out of normal hours.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can address a couple of those issues. We actually have a few agreements actually with the school boards, in particular with PDHS tennis courts, Burford tennis courts. We've actually this year added the soccer field at Burford Elementary. So those agreements we're building more and more all the time. A lot of the challenge with the school properties, they're not held to the standard or not maintained to the standard that would be acceptable use for our users. So as an example, they may have a backstop, but they really don't have an infield, you know, that type of thing. So it might be okay for small kids practice, but it really is very limiting what school properties can be used for in some cases. Not all, but like I said, we are using PDHS and some of the other school sites for some of the outdoor fields where we can.
Yeah, thank you for that. I noticed on trails, and again, we talked about this, it did not come up as a gap, the number of trails, but there was quite a few comments about making the trails better, which is a bit of a surprise because whenever we've done surveys, people say, we need more trails. Well, my own experience is that whenever I'm on a trail, there are very few other people on the trail. So that's why I asked you for the utilisation numbers that we have. And I think they do actually say there's an awful lot of capacity there still on our trails. So we would put that down at a lower priority in terms of building more trails. We don't need to do that, but we do need to encourage people to use the trails we've already got.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. That is true that, you know, the usage on the trails, if you look at we have trail counters on a lot of our trails, so we know what the daily counts are. They can be ranged from 50 to 200 or 300 people per day on them. They are heavily used though. They are very busy trails. We have probably, well, based on our counts for last year, we have over 700,000 counts on all the different trails throughout the county. We will continue to build them with development. We're not, and where we have the opportunity. We do have a bit of a gap trying to go to Oxford County as an example. But it's really difficult because we just can't get enough land, you know, pieces together. But we're working towards that all the time. We're working on a couple pieces now that we're trying to integrate, you know, linkages basically more than anything. So that's our priorities.
Final question, Kathy, you put numbers in the report of how much you need to do this work. Could you say more about how the budget's distributed across the 5 wards?
I can. Thank you for that question through you, Mr. Chair. I did have a chance to break it down for you. And I'm going to give you a couple caveats before I begin the discussion because it really looks at distribution based on growth. You've got to think about for the next 10 years and for the past 10 years, really, it's all been concentrated in Paris and will be more so in St. George as we go. the majority of it. There are small pockets other places. But we do have to make sure that we have those factors taken into consideration. So when we look at Ward 3 as an example, it's going to have the largest destination park this county will ever build. It's an over $4 million budget. So it's going to have a big impact in this next 10-year capital project. But maybe we've already built the skate park in Burford last year, so it's not going to show up in this next forecast. We've already done some of those projects. So a few things like that to consider. There is a lot of limited development in wards 4 and 5. They're very small scale, so of course everything else is scaled appropriately. So those are things to consider. St. George is going to need double the amenities that they have today in 25 years. So again, this next 10 years, we're going to start to see the input of that, but it'll continue on for further years down the road. But the scale and the magnitude in St. George, there's nothing comparable to it. So I'm prefacing you as to why these numbers are skewed, kind of, in a sense. So Ward 1 is going to have about 25% of the existing budget as it's outlined. Ward 2 will have 20%. Ward 3, 34%. Ward 4, 12%. And Ward 5, 9%. If you look at, there's a lot of metrics you can look at. Population growth, where the population was, where it's heading, how many new parks we're going to build in each area, you know. So there's a lot of considerations. I think it will change over time, but as of right now, that's where the focus is going to be for the next 10 years because that's where the growth is happening. We are going to turn eventually into more of the maintenance mode, the preventative mode, the replacement mode, and that's what we're seeing a lot happening in Ward 5, because when I look at the number of projects that we have forecasted, it's pretty even across the board. Like, there's only, I mean, St. George has the most, because it's going to have the most bigger projects coming, but, I mean, Ward 5 has 26 projects in the next 10 years, and Ward 3 only has 21, but the size and scale of them are different, and that's where you're seeing, you know, the difference there. So, yeah, it's interesting how it works out.
Kathy, thank you. I appreciate that analysis.
You're welcome.
Councillor Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through to Kathy. Kathy, yeah, thank you very much to you and your twin sister for working on this and the rest of Phil's staff. I know you did a lot of work. A couple things. I do got a comment on what Councillor Pierce said earlier. And first I had to do a double take. I thought it was Councillor Cliff Atfield sitting there because he kind of said something along the same lines. He never liked these little parkettes. He always thought they should be combined, right? And you mentioned a 30 housing unit, 30 housing units going in, say, Mount Pleasant or wherever. And it's not enough to create a park. I got that. But what I would be asking, what I would be doing is saying, well, what does the official plan say? Is the area beside it also designated residential? And will that be developed in 10, 15 years? And maybe you could create, you know what I mean? So that's what I would do. And I always like Cliff's idea on that. I wanted to ask, you said these numbers as far as areas go for parks was as of 2024. Would north of the Nith be included there, or Apps Mill? Would they be included in those calculations?
No, they're not.
So they'd add up. Okay, so when you talk about 3.5 hectares, Brantford's at 4.5, we seem to be far behind, but my question is, like you have Gobles in there. Gobles has no parks. Current population, 40 residents. So when we're looking at that number of park area per resident, per 1,000 residents, you're including Gobles, right, with no parks. You're including Princeton, which on paper has no parks. We know Oxford has one there. You're including concession 7, concession 6, concession 8, Jerseyville Road, you know what I mean, all the rural roads. So if you look just at, say, Paris proper in St. George, do we know what the amount of hectares per 1,000 people would be for those areas? It's
Through you,
got to be
Mr.
higher
Chair.
than 3.5, I'm sure.
I don't have the exact numbers per hectare. We have it broken down, I believe, in the plan
Okay.
for, I didn't do the percentages of how it relates to the rest of the county. Just have to bring that back to you.
But I just, like Brantford, 4.5 hectares, I mean, and that makes sense because they're more compact, right? If, so, okay, I'll leave that. I don't think it's as bad as 3.5. I think it's better than that. And the only other thing I would have thrown in there, you talked about history. I really like history. I think it's important. You talked about Indigenous history. Personally, I would have preferred to see some of these parks have their own history, because I know Paris is rich in history. Mount Pleasant is rich in history, so is Burford, so is Scotland, so I would have done that too. So, other than that, I'm quite pleased with the whole thing, so thank you.
Phil, you have a comment?
Yeah, through the chair to council, I want to thank you for the accolades, but I think I would be remiss if I didn't say that this is the most extraordinary report I've seen come out of any of my staff. And there was work from multiple departments and a lot of our team, but Kathy led this thing, and you've got somebody with 37 years experience who knows this county inside out, and that whole plan has been in her head for many, many years. So you're seeing something extraordinary, but we're the benefactor of the fact that she's been here this long, that she's stuck with us, and that she's put the effort in, because quite honestly, the hours that she put in is not anywhere near what you get from a consultant on this. So I don't even think you can put a price on it, but it's probably triple what we would have paid a consultant. So it is extraordinary, and I still am an advocate for doing what we can in-house, but reality is there's got to be a balance, right? And I know for Kathy, a lot of this was done on her own back, weekends and evenings to get it to this point. It doesn't just come in an 8-hour day. So thank you, Kathy, for all your work on this. It was an incredible job.
Any more comments? So I totally agree with what's been said by staff or by Phil and Chambers and a few others. Kudos to you guys for the job you've done. The thing I like about what you work as a team is you know the lay of the land. And that is one thing that we bring in consultants, doesn't matter whether it's public works or whatever. They don't know what the hell's going on in the municipality. It's all done on a desktop, and I appreciate what you've done. And I think that needs to be, you need to be congratulated. So I'm gonna call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Moving on. 8.4, finance reporting and health metrics and policy. There's a recommendation. Somebody put it on the floor, moved by Councilor Miller, second by Councilor Howes. Questions? David?
Just one question. Most of the reports, obviously, we're quite familiar with, but I'm not familiar with, and I wanted to ask about this report on commodity price hedging agreements. Do we ever see that?
Welcome, Heather.
Good evening. Through the chair, no, we haven't actually prepared one yet. It is required, but we haven't prepared one yet under that legislation.
Okay, so further follow-up question then, what commodities are we talking about? Would we talk about fuel, diesel, anything else?
We only have, the county only has utilities hedged, and it was set up under the LAS program in the late, 2010, around that area.
Okay. And do we get a report on how we're doing on our investments? Do we get a report on that every year, on our investments?
Through the chair, we haven't done a report recently on the investments, but that can be added to the list or as amended.
Yeah, because I don't think I don't think any of us have seen anything lately, so it would be good to maybe get that. I don't know if we need an amendment, but it would be good if people seen it.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Heather. Heather, great report. Tucked away in this report is a link to the BMA municipal study, which, for those of you that didn't have enough reading this weekend, is 615 pages. So I did read it, well, some of it anyway. But there's some real nuggets in there that I think we need to hear collectively from yourself, probably on an annual basis as we get this report, probably annually. But the one that stuck out to me was the total municipal and property tax burden as a percentage of income is 4.3%. It's actually in the low end of a range of 126 comparator municipalities. And the stuff in here that we need to share with our community to really ground them about where we stand, because there is always a complaint about our property taxes. Whenever we change them, there's a complaint. But I think people generally need to understand where we are relative to other parts of the province. And typically, we'll compare ourselves with Brantford. So the number of 4.3% I said for total municipal and property tax burden as a percentage of income, it's higher in Brantford. So, a lot of people have this opinion that somehow or other we're badly done to. Relatively, we are not badly done to. Absolutely, we might all be badly done to, but that's another matter. But I have a few, in there's some metrics about financial sustainability. And I read a Facebook post the other day from somebody that wants to be an elected official who is talking about returning us to a financially stable position. Are we financially stable?
Through the chair, yes, the county is financially stable, sustainable.
And how do we define that?
Through the chair, like the metrics that do show through the BMA and through that are driven by the financial statements do show the health metrics that we are sustainable. We will be providing, summarizing those items and including them in the report that will come at the time of the long-term financial plan update.
Yeah, and so just to further address that question, the last time we did a long-term financial update, we didn't see any financial instability or insustainability of whatever, if that's the right English term.
Through the chair, correct.
Correct. Thank you.
Alison, you have a comment?
Thank you. Through the chair to the committee. Part of the reason I'll start with the BMA study, because I think this may be the first time that council's seen the entirety of it. We're always a little bit cautious with it. It's a fantastic tool, but sometimes without context, it can be a bit dangerous. Statistics are funny that way if people don't interpret them properly. So I would just caveat that when you read it, and if there's questions, please talk to Heather, myself, anyone, if you need some clarification, because like I said, it can be dangerous in the wrong hands. So I do want to add that. And I think we've been very transparent in the enormous pressures that we've had, not just us, many municipalities, most municipalities, in terms of infrastructure to accommodate growth. So we won't pretend at any point that hasn't been a difficult financial situation, but I think the county's been incredibly responsible in how it's handled that, and sometimes you do have to be patient. We put a lot of infrastructure in for ICI development, and then we started to sort of reap the benefits in the last year. So it is cyclical, and I think that's important to remember in the context, the broader context of our financial health.
Councillor Early?
Through you, I didn't understand what you meant by staff will be drafting a lease finance agreements policy. I didn't know what that meant.
Through the chair, there's, the legislation in there requires both the hedging commodities policy and a leasing policy. So I will be drafting those for the September policy meeting, followed by, and it will include the required reporting structure.
What do we mean by lease?
The legislation speaks to leases the county holds. So it's important largely now because of the large lease we have with the paramedic headquarters, sorry. But it also covers some of the small leases for photocopiers. So it's yeah.
Councilor Tavers?
If I might, just a question. Going forward, how are the health metrics, I'll call them, going to be reported to council? Keeping in mind that for councilors like myself, I'm not a genius when it comes to financial accounting, but I would like something that is simple but says a lot, and I can understand it, and I don't need the obscure things. I need the pertinent things. So how are you planning to bring reports to council so we as councilors can determine whether we are healthy, moving in the right direction, or moving in the wrong direction?
I'm sending that to Heather Boyd.
Thank you through the chair. So what we've proposed in this policy is as a starting point of our long-term financial plan, after we've got the FIRs, which are the very technical and high-level statements that aren't necessarily digestible, we will be coming back with those health metrics that she's reported, that she said in her policy we're going to report on. They will be comparisons with other municipalities year over year, so we can see trends and see which way we're going. And also, if there are specific metrics people would like, we will pull those together. But importantly as well, we'll be providing the context of those metrics, because a lot of the metrics you can read and they may look terrible, but they may have a reason. There's quite often it's been a conscious decision to move into one direction or the other in terms of how things are flowing. So we will be providing that. It'll be one of the bases of the long-term financial plan reviews we do each year.
As part of the report, will staff, if there is something that council needs to be aware of that is moving in the wrong direction or is not what it should be, will that be part of the report?
Yes, it'll be both trends and certain red flags. So obviously our most obvious one is the ARL self-imposed and limits, but things like that like are absolutely stop, there's a real problem. We would report on that the minute we see it regardless, but once a year we will go through it and we will identify if there's anything that's concerning specifically.
The reason I ask, Mr. Chairman, and you know this, I sit on the board of an insurance company, and insurance companies are regulated by federal and provincial, and there's reporting that you wouldn't believe has to happen, and that's done at the staff level. But the board members, each month or each meeting, we get, there's about 12, we call them early warning signs, early warning tests, and they're listed out, and it's either a pass or a fail, so we can know what direction we're going in. And if you don't understand what I'm saying, a couple simple things. Expense ratio, and which is the expenses ratio to the amount of premium you got. And then there's a loss ratio, the number of claims related to the premiums you got. And then there's a combined ratio that is the combination of the both. And if the expense ratio and the claims ratio is over 100, you're losing money. It's very easy to understand. And that's a fail. So we need to know what's good, what's bad, what's failing, so we can take corrective action as a council. And the insurance companies have it down to a fine art in that laymen like myself that run these companies and on council can pick off right like that what we are supposed to be picking off. So I encourage staff to make it simple, make it relevant, and make it timely, and don't be afraid to say if it's a fail or a red flag. It's a pass, fail, green, red is how we do it in the insurance company. This kind of thing is long overdue.
Any more questions? Seeing none, call all those in favor of the report. Thank you. No communications listed. Government relations, we've already covered that. Other business, Councilor Miller.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll be really quick. Councillor Haley and I attended OSUM there last week, and I'll talk about one really interesting speaker. He was a lawyer for AIRD LLP. Most of us would have heard of this company, dealing with municipal legal matters. And he talked about the strong mayor powers, and he says, we've had some time now to digest it, see how it works, and he said across the province, it's done almost nothing to advance the province's priority of housing. And he said it's interesting because they use the emergency/crisis of housing to bring in these strong mayor powers. And he goes, they could have used anything, but this is what they chose, or this is how they sold it. He says, if you look at the legislation, they don't even mention housing in it, where they actually spell out the strong mayor powers and how they'd work. So I thought that was interesting. So where did the idea come from? This I had heard earlier. Doug Ford, Rob Ford were frustrated back in the 20-somethings when Rob was running the city of Toronto as mayor. And the Ford family had some business connections in Chicago. They were there a lot. They use strong mayors in a lot of American cities. So that's where Rob got the idea. Doug Ford got the idea, and he liked it, and he always said he wanted it, so he brought it in. And again, there's no real benefits to this so far, other than it seems to have created a lot of extra work for staff and a lot of needless, I would say, anxiety for staff. And then he talked about, he called it weak mayor, which I thought was pretty good. But what he said was previously what mayors did was they would build consensus. Yes, we had conflict. Conflict isn't necessarily a bad thing, depending on what it leads to. And what we've seen for us sitting around the table, we all have conflict with what others think a lot of times, but we do build consensus. I've noticed that. We always build consensus. And I think at the end of the day, when you have that conflict, you work towards consensus, you tend to reach a better decision, much better than, say, one single person on their own. So just wanted to share that. In no other province do they have strong mayor powers, and I suspect if we get a change in the provincial government, we may see this legislation go away.
Thank you. Motion to go in camera. Moved by Councilor Howell, second by Councilor Oakley. And for the following reasons, we're going in camera. The security of the property of the municipality or local board, RPT-0091-26- security risk assessment. 12.2, a position to be applied to negotiations carried on behalf of the municipality and the verbal update on negotiations. We'll take a 2-minute break. So, motion to, we're back in camera in open session. Anything else for the betterment?